Okay, welcome everyone to the stream. I've set up all the things, done all the social media things, got a nice cup of tea, got some cookies. I'm ready. So, we can do the things. Boop. Pretty much started. So, as always, I am Fae'ret. This is Lorelei Dracht. And you may notice a little bit of a change. I'm, at this moment, not a dragoon. I decided, since experience was going really fast, that I would probably be level 90 dragoon by the end of Sharlayan, maybe a bit later. Yes, jump right through me, sure, why don't you? So I decided to level up some other things first. Since Dancer is only level 80, so it needs to get a few levels to keep up with Endwalker. So I'm going to do a few levels of this. I still want Dragoon to be my first level 90 thing. But it'll be Dancer for a while. I haven't done much higher level Dancer content, so I pretty much don't know what most of these buttons do. Since those pretty much do something past level 50. I don't really know how I got to level 80 on Dancer without doing pretty much any level 50 plus content. But here we are. Well, with that out of the way, and I do really love this outfit. I really like outfits that have pointy coat things, I guess. You'll see when I do play Sage. Sage has a pointy coat as well. And you know Dragoon has a pointy ear coat thing. So yeah, pointy coats. Awesome. Anyway, let's start with the feature quest. That has unlocked the last main story quest we did. Boom. Hello. The diminutive cleaner is on the lookout for an able-bodied adventurer. That would be me. Do my eyes deceive me, or are you Lorelei Dracht? Your eyes do not deceive you. Also, my hair is black now. And a bit longer again. Well, as I live and breathe, it is you. Ha! I knew I'd be the first to track you down. Who's the Guildship top hunter now, eh? Oh, indeed. Barely you. Wait, you have heard of Guildship hunts, yes? Oh, hunts. I see. They're not so different from the hunts you're familiar with in Eorzea, as I understand it. I'd wager they're rather more challenging, but an adventurer of your caliber would never turn down a challenge, would you? Yeah, really? No, you would. No, you would not. I speak with Northota at the peristyle to register your interest at your earliest convenience. Where's this? Oh, there it is. Through there, apparently. I see. Hello. I am Northota. If you come to place a bounty on an unruly beast. No, I have come to hunt. Maybe someday. I have never done a single hunt ever. I've unlocked all the hunting. By the scholar, your Lorelei. I was half convinced I'd set others an impossible task asking them to find you. The Cleaners Guildship has begun posting hunt bills, you see, in the hopes that capable individuals will take up arms to lighten our ever-increasing load. Unfortunately, capable individuals remains the sticking point. Few hailing from our fair polis are willing to take up arms, let alone able to stand against the most fearsome specimens. You, however, have the experience and the grit that we need. When I heard that you had arrived on our shores, it was music to my ears. You needn't work for free, of course. We've done our research, and the rewards we offer are as fine as any you'll find abroad. The currency we employ is a relic of times when cleaner was a great deal less figurative, so you may find it somewhat eccentric, but it's good as skill here. Speaking of eccentric, it should be noted that the majority of our clients are scholars. You probably won't have heard of half the creatures they sent you after, but I find it's best not to worry about that overmuch. Slay beasts, collect samples, try not to think about the long-term effects of touching such samples, and get paid. Simple, no? That being said, I wouldn't dream of throwing you in the deep end just wait. Let's have you start with some junior marks, so you can get your feet wet. Okay, cool. You are now permitted to take bills for junior marks from guildship hunt boards in all Sharlayan and Radzat Han. Defeat the monsters described on the bills and you will be rewarded with tokens that can be exchanged for exclusive items. To exchange tokens for exclusive items, speak the Julakshay in Old Sharlayan or with Vil Meta in Radzat Han. New quests and associate marks will become available from Northota in Old Sharlayan upon reaching level 83. I guess we need to go back to Dragoon for a bit. Or maybe I could do Sage. Nah, I will do Dragoon. Northota! Oh, I'm not wearing my Dragoon armor. I do like this outfit though. Northota? Why can I not? Ah, I see. I also need to fulfill some criteria. I need not only be level 83. Then back to Dancer. And back to main story quest. That was a much faster feature quest than I expected it to be. And there's no other, right? Certainly is another one. Well, since this one was so quick, let's just go do it. Oh, so it's at the end. It's a sightseeing thing, I bet. So this probably also shouldn't take too long. Babeth Ironheart. Beg pardon, good madam. I could scarce help but notice that sightseeing log on your person wouldn't happen to be the adventure my niece wrote about, would you? Maybe, possibly. Aha, so it is you. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I'm Babeth Ironheart, Millet's aunt and seasoned explorer. Be a dear and hand me that log of yours. Millet told me all about how she helped you embark on explorations on your own. So it's only right that I share with you some wisdom of my own. Let me see here. Oh, I can't forget to mention that. And done. Should be all set, dear. I've jotted down everything I've heard about the most remarkable vistas the realm has to offer. Of course, a few notes I've shared are not more than rumors, some describing locales so fantastical that I can barely believe they exist. But as I always say, true joy of exploration lies not in the destination, but in the journey. So go forth, dear, and see what sort of journey these hints take you on. That sightseeing log of yours won't fill itself, you know. Cool. Endwalker entries have been added to your sightseeing log. You must be level 80 or above to avoid Endwalker vistas. Travel to the location indicated and fulfill the necessary conditions, and you will complete the entry for that vista, getting experience points in the process. Use your wits and notes provided by Babeth to identify these stunning sights and the proper way to appreciate them, and see in Thavnir, Sharlayan, and beyond as only the greatest explorers have seen them. Another feature quest done! Yay! We're on a roll today. Now we go back to the main story quest, since there are no more feature quests to do. 20 old feature quests would complete this quick. Alas, it is not so. It's fine though. We'll get there. Eventually. Where was I going? Oh, up there. these red things up. Leaves. Why can't I do leaves? Oh, these also disable of the hand leaves and stuff. Oh well. Eventually, someday. Elise! As busy as ever, I see. A very Sharlayan that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete with customers. Actually, this card gave me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the telephore. Might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Elise is now accompanying you, blah 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 blah. Blah blah. Yes, yes. Grandier. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand. Oh, that's Elise. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the telephore. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear and... Wait, you're the house level Jurger, aren't you? This woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I've heard you were disowned for helping outsiders to indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are, giving truth to the rumor. Well, thank you to leave me be, not to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. It was foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come on, Lorelei. Jerk. So this is inside somewhere. Ildoise. Ildoise, maybe? Ildoise sounds good. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Excuse the interruption. We were hoping you might share your thoughts on the telephore and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Levelier. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and I've urged reached Master Fourcheneau that I was helping you. I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. I see. Well, that's at least a way more reasonable response than another jerk. Dick on. What an unfortunate name. Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alice I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the last stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studium. That seems like an age ago now. Why did I read age twice? I remember hearing that you and Master Alphanos had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? Well, no, those rumors are quite true, so not really. It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with their situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levelier. No matter how discreet Master Fourcheneau may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now, of all times? We have questions, and only Sharlayan has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find, information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak to me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Sharlayan, aren't you? Yeah. Then few will know your face. You should be able to pass you off as a servant with none the wiser. You just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food. You might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? I'm an adventurer. serving people cookies and all kinds of other stuff is my job, apparently. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes need to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. Tea set, chatty group, water's edge. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting on an outside table with a friend of hers. Okay, omelette Gisla. Behind them, you should see a Mikote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? Yeah. If you're not sure, you can just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. Oh, I'm going to be serving people, you say. Do I have something for that? Nope. Yes. Okay, let's see. There's someone at the waterfront. Oh. There's Gisla. There's the Mikote then. And this looks like water, so the tea must go here. Hello, people. Do I have tea for you? Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The telephone... Who? Sorry, I've never heard of them or their final days. Friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Okay, you want the omelette? Ah, finally! 2, 4, 6, 8, let's begin. No time to waste. Sort of rhymes. Oh, the Telephoi? Ah, yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum has made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. You don't realize the extent of the situation, but that's okay. Okay, this is an elderly Mikote. Let's see. Because you look good for your old age. And have an oven-baked lobster. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've skimmed and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. Final days? This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a cleaner. You don't know what a cleaner is? I kind of do. I just accepted their bills, but okay, sure. They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Sharlayan. Oh, then again, Penny, I don't really know what a cleaner is. Prices, books, unusual life specimens, and so forth. So named for those folks who trailed after reapers in the field, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. I wish you wouldn't say so much. His voice is actually kind of straining. If these Telephoi make good of their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities might be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbour and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before. Not like this. Well, I learned some stuff. Cleaners are busy. So that's useful information. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? I was able to get everyone talking. Not about terribly useful stuff always, but cleaners are good. Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer. And he's the best source of gossip in the city. Maybe the Forum does have secret knowledge, and they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, the cup of coffee I've promised. Thank you, coffee. Yay. But let's enjoy our drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle? Away from the gossips and their wagging tongues? Let's go to the peristyle. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant.
I hope you don't
Do you
hear
remember
this.
when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan?
But my washing machine is doing things.
Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait!
Hey.
Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual?
I did.
Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum.
Okay, Monitor, don't do weird things today, please.
If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
That sounds like a good plan. so. Let's get back to looking actually like a dancer. Yes. I do like wearing glasses with things. Okay. Alize is excited. Alize is excited to share your revelations. No matter. Stop it. We should tell the others what we've learned about the cleaners. Go ahead to Numenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Deacon will want his cups back. I'm just gonna call him Deacon. Sounds less like that. Oh, you are going to bring the cups back. Good. Fair enough. Let's go to the thing. Faster. Ah, I'm a dancer. I can do a zoom. Hello, everyone. My loyal assistant returns. There's a lexicon on the first floor that I need you to... You've found something, haven't you? I have. Elfino. Where's Alize? I thought she was with you. She'll come. She had to bring back some cups. Is that coffee I smell? Did I miss the tea break? Yeah, Alize and I went. Sorry. Welcome back, Lorelei. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. It makes sense. The Gleaners take the request directly from the institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the forum. A sudden and significant rise in Gleaner traffic and in cargo suddenly gives the impression of an overarching plan put in motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Stola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Lorelei and Alize learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telephori is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. Visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we're lucky, Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. And what should we expect down there? Always good to be prepared. Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. Fine. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later. Feel free to leave behind your board books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. It will be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Stairs over where? Just big stairs? Guess so. Okay. Hey, Alize. I'm a bit close to you. That's okay. Lady, Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Okay. Oh. Really? Oops. Okay, sure. It's pleasant here amongst the trees. It is. You really should move along. I agree. Oh. Now we run. Try to keep up. Oh. No problem. I actually run as fast as I do. Keep to the path, straight ahead. Cross this bridge. Now what? Up here, okay. Yeah, okay. The Rostra, not far now. Okay. Where are you? Made a big bend there. Still following. Oh, hello. Here we are. Through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It'll make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. I did attune to the shard. Reasonably sure. Okay, let's talk to the Chocobo Keep first. Hello. Well met, traveler. Might I interest you in Chocobo Porter? Ah, do not tell me blah blah blah. I assume there's nowhere to go yet. Cool, cool. Bye. You didn't take a wrong turn in Rostrad there, did you? I thought the forum would take kindly to you barging in to a private session. Probably wouldn't, no. How did the forum learn of the final days, and exactly how much do they know? More to the point, what do they intend to do about it? Hopefully the answers to at least one of those questions lies below. Hopefully. I've not been to Labyrinthos in the longest time. Even as a student, my visits were few and far between. Okay. Sharlayan? Whatever. All here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone on to the left and down we go. enough. Ooh.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Let's go.
Ugh.
Oh. What's wrong? You okay?
Did you call to me just now?
No. You hearing Heidelin?
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Interesting. Okay. This is just the whole ice region. Wow. Let's go talk to people. Anvil? You here to help or give you more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. I have a pack of mom. It's running loose. You exchanged with Anvil. I thought you were about exhausted gleaners. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. Junkmonger, Mender. Where's my dancer gear? Yeah, good enough. And Teeve. think. Let me think. Maria seeds should have been item 1058. Human seeds 1059. Noble bait 1060. Why is it 1061? Ah, my head feels like it's stuffed with moco grass. Why more loads? Why more loads to carry out and carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Kurthan carrots for the Girabanian carrots? What then? Your exchange with Thief has taught you about large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthos. Oh, it's a lookout point. Do I just have to look out? I do just have to look out. The Path of Artifice. This massive lift is one of several which connects the surface of Old Sharlayan to the subterranean research and storage complex of Labyrinthos. At the end of its descent, the mechanism opens up to the hub of Upper Akinthos, from where passengers or cargo continue onwards towards other facilities. Nice. Are there ether currents here? I cannot check right now, because they do not have the thing on my thing. Let's see. Am I just not seeing it? Extras? No. Orders? No. That's actions? No, those are dancer things. Where do I put the ether compass? Is that... No, it's just that stuff. Trades? No, that's also dancer stuff. No. Well, I have no idea right now. I'll try to check this later, I guess. Oh well. I do want to know if there's ether currents though. Is that like a quest item? Nope, that's not what I want. No, it can't be because that's only just... Yeah. Nope, that's just... This is going to bother me. Hello. You invited me quite nicely. Thank you. Section and trades. Collection? Haha! This feels like it again. Is that posture stuff? This is posture stuff. Okay, cool. Oh, got quite a few people. Interesting. Anyway. And there are ether currents here. Hey Dobbin. Want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books, and ore, and fauna. If it needs hauling, I'll haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos. You know, sort and tidy up in the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one of them a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets stopped on a lapse. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Your exchange with Dobbin has taught you about taking stock in Labyrinthos. Useful. Well, I learned some things. Any luck, Lorelei? What tales did Gleaners have to tell? these tales. So the grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. You were right. The Forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. Nice. Now I have Ethernet access here. Glorified Ratcatcher. Kyle appears lost in thought. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the cleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Lorelei, I have an idea. Well, okay. Didn't one of the cleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, you might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this gleaner here. That is right in my earshot that can totally hear me say this thing. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. Well, good luck. There you were. Erenville, I heard you have marmots. Well, you don't have marmots. And I want to help you. You wish to help me find the marmots? I found if nothing suitable to pay for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I welcome these systems. Sure, for a fellow Vieira. The name is Erenville, friend. Specialist in the collection of life specimens. That said, the capture of these Nakshian marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in a sack. Don't snuff them, that would be bad. Gently, of course. Thank you. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot, or you. Why are there beasts in Labyrinth? That is a research place, but sure, okay, whatever. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. This place is silly. But alright. If there are any marmots around. You are certainly not a marmot. Still absolutely no marmots. No trolls though. Hey. Hey, I'm on your level. Oh, I see stuff. You know what? I'm going to summon Loki. Might get some decent experience. Oh, look, it's a grizzled mouse. Okay. Would be nice if the press the correct buttons. Lizard mouse. Hey. Barely have you ready to sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. Dang. Rude. Loki? Why are you whistling at me? Okay, where would our next grizzled mouse be? Oh, pretty much the same grizzled mouse. Is that the place? No, I thought I saw something. But I did not see something. Apparently. Yeah. Oh, hello, grizzled mouse. There you are. Ready there. Oh, hello. Hi. Are you going to the sack now? Quick! It's a rat sack. No! The rodent nimbly evades your grasp before once more disappearing into the trees. Jerk. I do not appreciate this behavior. I desire better mouse behavior from you. Well, this is excellent mouse behavior, actually. I desire less perfect mouse behavior from you. No, you seem to be harming yourself. Where is mouse? How do I get up there? If that's even necessary. It seems to be. No. Okay, it looks like if I go this way. Don't attack me. Don't attack me. Don't attack me. Dang it. You attack. Take that. That's fine. Good idea. Mouse, where are you? Oh, there you are. You're not even in a purple thing this time. Sure. Be captured now, please. Hey, quick! More prepared for its speed this time. You succeed in closing the sack over your elusive quarry. Okay, cool. We have caught ourselves a mouse. No, that's definitely not what I want. Need to go back. this way, it seems. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. There you go. A squirming rat sack. This sack holds the plump, wriggling form of one greatly annoyed, grizzled mouse. Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held out well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. No problem. Who would be nice? Except I assume you're just going to say the council. So what you will do with them now is go probably... Well, you can also give a vague answer to that. But sure, what will you do with the marmots now? The forum, not the council. That's for the forum to decide, dang. They are the guiding authority behind Labyrinthos, after all. This job was but one small part of this great inventory there. Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Lorelei. Is this the cleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? It is. Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk anyway? I am Kyle of the Studians of Valdesian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. I hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, you'll more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and closers to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Oh no, my other monitor's doing things now. Why? Did you learn anything new from my friend there? So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the forum. However, the cleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. Yeah, makes sense. We also discovered when the operation was begun. The forum contacted the Cleaners Guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after Telefori made their chilling declaration. Seasoned travelers, the Cleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus I am inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives a distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. Kind of like an emergency plan that has been thought of for like a long time and can be put quickly into action. And the Telephor's declaration was what set it all in motion? It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archaeon? From there we can reach it lower... Kyle, the heck? Kyle, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. You lie. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. Please allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archaeon. You follow the path east, through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse, or marmot was it? Anyway, it's the trolls you need to watch out for. Yeah, the trolls are fine too. Honestly. Not much of a hassle. No new feature quests that have been unlocked now? No, good. Oh, I completely forgot about that ether current that existed. Where am I going? Oh dear. Wait, what? Did I? What? Okay, this way. I did kind of screw it up. Let's see. To the northeast. Sure thing. Let's just go get it ether current, I think. What are we doing? 97 to the northeast. Okay. Must be up there then. There you are. I see you. Dang. Only I could fly to get you. But that's kind of the whole point, isn't it? It'll be fine. Just a small detail. Through these two trolls, unfortunately. They're certainly going to attack me. At least one of them. Hello. Yeah, there we go. Probably going to attack me as well. Actually, can I make Loki my dance partner? Nice, I totally can. Neat. Well, one ether going down. What is this song? Interesting. Labyrinthos also has so many things. Why there's so many more things than in other places? Dang. Other places have like 5, 4 even. It's been 4 like all this time, and suddenly they've got like so many. 2, 4, 6, 8. 10. It's 2.5 more than there ever used to be. Still only 5 quests, so that's fine, I guess. Ugh. Go down. Now. On to this place that we need to go to. Where's the next little current? To the south. Okay, that's kind of where we're going anyway, so that's good. Any people? Hello. This is the foremost material archive in Sharlayan. I should love to explore its treasure shelves by shelves, but I fear we have little time for such indulgences. Were you caught in mist on your way here? Sprayers keep the air humid so the habitat feels as close as possible to a natural forest. Don't worry about me, I'm hale and healthy. In fact, I'm beginning to suspect that... Nay, let's discuss this later. The investigation demands our undivided attention. Behold, the Archaeon. As Numenon serves as Sharlayan's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture too is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved to the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archaeon contains a physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Cool. Elfino is gazing into the Archaeon with an appraising look. This is completely useless to me. Dancer. Dancer has better gear than that. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let's proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Okay. I hear there's a crystal here, also a chocobo keep. So let's go you. Yeah, you might interest me in chocobo keep, yeah sure. Let's see if I can head back to yes. Cool, cool. Let's get the etherite, also useful. We go this way? Yes, apparently. What are you? Oh, gemstones. The gemstones I still don't have any on. What do you have? Luncheon toad skin? Interesting. What comes up? Cool, cool. I'm sure that's useful for something. Hello, Archaeon Custodian. Greetings. We are here to peruse the Archaeon's vaults. Peruse? You're certainly not gleaners then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the Studians of Badassian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved with the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects it to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operations is concluded. By that time, it will be too late, and we are so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for the moment, shall we? Students of Voltesian. What? The Forum must be wary of exposure indeed to so heavily restrict the use of public institutions. If they're going to close our facilities, then they ought to announce it. The students must be furious. The Brentos is constructed in the shape of a mortar. This upper layer is called the outer circuit, and the medial circuit lies one tier below us. Okay. Mortar, you say? Interesting. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. It is likely that people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load? Surely. Let's see if we already have someone. Oh, there's someone. The bemused student. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. No one let us in the Archeon, even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. But it was wandering around Tranquility, so we thought it to donate it to the vault. Oh dear. Yeah. Oddest little squeal, don't you think? Yes, that was pretty weird. Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. Okay. Let's just hide the chocolates now. Inside that? Don't mind me riding here on my chocobo. Nope, not inside, it seems. Since I'm super blind. Which I probably am. Usually am. Oh, there you are. What's that? Take you down the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. Well, Can you go back then? I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Okay, cool. Out there, you say? Well, let's go have a look. Out there. Marbroi! Marbroi! I don't know what you are. I cannot. Oh, maybe I can? Haha! Take that. Oh. Hey, it's Aaronville! Hello! Catching critters again? Quiet, you'll frighten it away. It's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. Cloudkin I need to capture is close. Very close. I wish you'd help me with this too. You spent your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds. But the one I'm after is the hornbill. Its feathers are green, and its cry is distinctly caw. Single it out and shoot it out. Shoot it with a sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so rely and wait down by the riverbank to claim your quarry. Be sure they're the right one. Okay. Green-winged and having a caw. What the heck is that? Search your surrounding for the hornbill. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out, target the hornbill, and use the blow gun with lefty-clicky. Okay, green wings and they call. Nope, that's... Haha! Ah yes, joy.
A fair shot.
Thank you.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations?
Yeah, hornbills are pretty easy to capture.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill?
Yeah.
I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Mm.
Oh, it's a simple thing, really.
Is it?
Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose.
I also have a magnificent accent.
Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
Below?
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Indeed.
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
That's okay. You can take us down.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Unfortunate.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Thank you, Ellenbill. I wish I could
Well,
sound
turning
like
back
you.
is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Okay, wait. Wasn't it the current reasonably nearby? The southwest. Yes. Okay, that's actually probably going to be down there-ish somewhere. To the south, yeah, pretty much. Can't see it from here, but man, you can fly. Oh, let's just move on to the thing then. by here. To the west. Oh, that's probably the same monster. Screamer, don't attack me. Oh, hello everyone. The medial circuit which Aaronville mentioned is the tier directly below us. Like the lowest level of Labyrinthus with its rigid security, one can usually roam the middle layer quite freely. Let us see what we might find. I never would have noticed this cave on my own. Thank the scholar that Aaronville knew of it, and that you were there to persuade him to share. I took a quick peek inside, but it's awfully dark in there. This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. It is famed, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Maybe. Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Let's do this. The medial circuit. Elise seems eager to get on the way. How far are we into these quests now? The medial circuit, 4 quests to go in Sharlayan. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow, and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. Did I already lose Loki somehow? Already enough time passed? Back, Loki. 33rd facet. Is there any compass in here somewhere? Southeast. Interesting. That must be in here then. These enemies, I assume. Yep. Mithril cap. What destination? Cool. Oh, you sense a hostile presence. Southwest. Gibbonish? Okay, see the tunnel then. That's annoying. Well, we'll just double back, I guess. Can I? Ah, I cannot. Okay, another destination, with probably more enemies. Got the dance ready again. That's awesome. should be going over there, but we will not. Instead, we will try to avoid this guy. And succeed at that, apparently. Nice. Let's see. To northeast. Yeah, it should be in here. Ah, there it is. Yay. Eat the current. Good stuff. Hey, we're back outside again. In the medial circuit. That mineshaft was infested with metal caps. Some sort of research project, I wonder. I suppose they are a most unusual creature. Why did they develop such long limbs when all they do is shuffle around about narrow tunnels? Who knows? I don't. Lorelei, did you know Kyle almost took a tumble back there? You can't possibly still be dizzy from the lift. I was being careful, I swear. The slope was steeper than I thought, and I lost my footing for a moment, that's all. You're not injured, if you don't count my pride. Oh, Loki, you're kind of absolutely on Alphino now. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. And as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Erenville's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation of a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research project. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Indeed. Where's the next? To the north. This is exactly where we're going. How marvelous. This is so big. This is huge. Discover yet another new location. There's the ether card. 265. You know what? I'll go do that first. But no! Onion! West. Should be over here somewhere then, right? Oh, there it is. What the heck? Oh dear. Oh, and also dang. I wonder if I could have got past you. Don't very hostile. Okay, let me just get this ether current, please. No hostilities. No hostilities. Thank you. Okay, where's the next one? No! Almost 500 yards to the west. Leave me alone! Please. I mean you no harm. see about this place then. Graves. Pumpkins. Aha! Now we know where we are. It's Muriel Economics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed the Labyrinthos colleagues, so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Foods so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no cleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It is possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? I would say. See what you can coax from the workers. Most of us will do the same, or cast about for useful clues. Sure thing. Still no feature quest. Hey Kyle. Anyone want to give me anything? Yepke? Oh, hello there. You weren't expecting visitors? Not with use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? None of your business, my dude. Just totally supposed to be here. Oh, okay. The mineshaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Well, in normal circumstances, I reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has us filling orders lists malm long. Massive yet detailed requests. There's whole wagon loads of corpse samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds, which already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. They're really planning to relocate to possibly Mericidia, it would seem. Oh, there's an overwhelmed something, laborer. Dive ought to be taken down below. More than I can carry and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. And there's a stack of crates atop that hill over there. Gods, hauling the lot up that slope was a job and a half. Okay. One last person apparently. Where are you, last person? A harried harvester. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. One only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising given that it's native to a particular locale, and the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Ilzabad. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition to a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, and as you might expect, used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locos Aminus. The forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climate we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. Its sims provided a rich foundation for countless experiments and cultivation. Neat. I need to go up, actually. What am I doing? Oh, investigate this stacked boxes. No! Do not want! No! Go away! You're being mean. Stop being mean to me. Oh, there are the stacked boxes though. And some plant snacks is there? Well, let's see. The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings accompanied by sheaves of report.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
Interesting.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Sharlayan at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration.
Sounds annoying.
As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
This thing.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
Nice.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
That would make sense.
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
Right you are.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
What are you talking about? Where do you want to reach? Oh well. Is Carl still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. Cannot let her koi slip away. Okay. Alice is not about to let Erenville out of his sight. Erenville was headed westwards along the path outside the Archeon. Come, we can still catch him. Let's go. On a chocobo. And... wait, what? He's over there, apparently. Why did you all run this way? Maybe because you didn't want to jump off a cliff. Which would make sense. Oh, where's the next ether cone, by the way? Oh, 256 yards to the west. 65? I don't know. 1 yards to the west. Anyway. Southwest? Oh, you're already there. Okay. Fine, I'll do the thing first. Seems Y'shtola wished to have a word with us. I can still hear it. What can you... Okay. You've fallen too far behind, and this damn mist won't help matters. Which... mist? You mean the rain? Hold on a moment. I have an idea. If memory serves, the colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beton, one of Labyrinthos' common control centers. It should have its own lifts, at which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the Forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Grahab and if Vanishbell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Goodness! Unaccustomed to transfiguration, why not? It will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Anvil. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. Enchantment? And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form you are essentially defenseless. You have changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with quest objectives. You will return from your transfigured status if you move too far away. Look to your map for the transfiguration's area of effect. Speak with Y'shtola to restore or prolong the transfiguration. Okay, fair enough. Oh, I need to talk to Alpha now. Rabbit, rabbit! Rabbit, rabbit, rabbit! Alfie Toad and Alley Toad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave your quest companions behind, blah blah blah. Okay. Like 30 minutes of transfiguration. Stick to the road, I guess. Nope, there's these things there on the road. Also, I need to go here. Where was it either go? Oh, I cannot. Dang. I like these sounds we've made. I discovered a new area. Nice. Discuss your surroundings. Rabbit, rabbit, rabbit. Alfie Toad attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand what he's telling you. That he is telling you this the wrong way. Rabbit, 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 rabbit. Alice Toad turns to face the north. Perhaps she is suggesting you cross the bridge. I don't think she was suggesting this thing. We can go up here, I guess. And discover a new location. Yay! There we are, I think. Sure. 3 frogs just happening to be jumping around is totally not suspicious at all.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
What indeed?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
That's really no
Then
explanation
I
at
will
all.
do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait!
You're a fine guy,
How did you
Annabelle.
know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
I like him. A toad performance needs works, apparently. I'll have to pay more attention the next time I see one. I mean, not standing around looking at specifically a person probably would do the trick at least a little bit. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the former agent mentioned. Sharlayan had been called to action, and the Telephor's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. Well, a guide of sorts. Alizé is staring off in the direction of Erenville departed, a thoughtful look on her face. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Y'shtola and Cryo for the moment, see what they think of this. Let's do this thing. Oh, wait. There's a mother frog to the southwest. Oh, there it is. next one? By to the southeast. Okay, that's probably somewhere I can't go yet. That looks very much like the case. Looks really cool though. Whatever that place is. Going back. Oh, well, I'm walking right past you. At least I'm faster than you. There we go. Going on the right path. There's Kyle. Oh, there's Kyle. It's funny how normal the forest seems now. As a toad, it was all so much more ominous and threatening. Welcome back. I trust you find Aaron well then? We did. We learned quite a few things. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. You should share this with Kyle, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm. She was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. Okay, can do. Future quest. Feature quest. Where the heck were those crates again? I don't remember things. Are they up there? Maybe they're up there. Oh, hello. Okay. Oh, yeah, hello, Kra. And the flowers.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need
Thank you.
it for the journey ahead.
Oh.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
Seems so.
You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
What?
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian, a group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. and we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Grah! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Oh no, my feature quest. Oh. How could you? Fine, I'll do this feature quest another time, unless it just keeps me here. But I would assume not. I do like this though, this whole Sharlayan storyline with political intrigue and stuff. Always like political intrigue and stories. So yeah, this is very nice. Going to navigate the bureaucratic mess that is this, apparently. Like it.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order.
Well done, Kyle.
This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a Forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policy-making process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
Going to get some tea.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
What?
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? Now, if we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Okay, that was certainly something. Thank the gods for Scholar Monteshane. I absolutely loathe arguing in circles. My father may be right, but I am still groping in the dark for answers. But I needed him to know that I would never stop searching. I owed that much to Arnwald and myself. encounter some raised eyebrows, but do continue to claim the students as your sponsor whensoever the need arises. I believe in the guiding principles of the Scions, and I know my grandfather would have as well. I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. I was pondering the significance of what I had just read as I left the restricted section, and knocked over the security mammoth on my way out. I promise to be more vigilant next time. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city. Now, Adler's investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the form discovered in the Ethereal Sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Sharlayan. Right you are. Halfway to level 82. Nice. Alice has a look of dissatisfaction. The overall picture has gone clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the form being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may. Is father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? Alphino, Alice, it is you! Who are you? Oh, hi. When I heard you'd been dragged down before the forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother! A millions level year, at your service. And you find people must be the signs of the seventh dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. Word reaches father that you were here. Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fashino are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. You're not allowed. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Tancred's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. Go visit your home. We'll be back at the annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure Lorelei, what do you think? Go. Lorelei? The Lorelei Dracht? The one and only. What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Okay. But you must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Lorelei, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. Pretty sure they know the way. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. I'm sure you will. Let's go. I'm sure Alphino thinks nothing of it. He invited classmates over all the time, but I wasn't the most... It was a different time for me, alright? I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. Hello. What say you, Lorelei? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? Certainly. Fine, if we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why, ever not. Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Just mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away. Childhood toys. I mean, never mind. Level your estate is that way. Straight down the stairs. Come on. Alphino and Alice, blah 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 blah. Right. Go this way. Is there a feature quest here? I'd have to go down in Labyrinthos again. Oh well, someday. Let's see what they have to say about this. As children, Alphino and I would often wait here for father to come home from work. Must have been a day when his meeting ran long, because I remember growing restless, leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Alice and I were little. This bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. Yeah, it's cool. What do you have to say about that? Viewpoint. Oh yes, this is where I first practiced magic on an actual person. Alice had fallen, you see, and scraped her knee quite badly, so I tried casting this simple restorative spell I had just learned. Rosie smiled when the wound closed, joy and relief. That was, I believe, the very moment I chose the healing arts as the main subject for my studies. That's really nice. No, I don't just want to talk. Well, maybe I could have just talked. Oh well, whatever. He used to come here all the time with grandfather. In summer, I would dip my hands and feet into the fountain and splash about. Not Alphino, though. Even back then he wasn't very fond of playing in water. He'd make any excuse to avoid it. Which would explain how I came to swim like an orc, and he sink like a stone. Viewpoint. Do I just look out again? Pizza. Journey's End. Occupying the eastern side of Old Sharlayan, the residential district takes its name from the tale of the city's original settlers. History tells that it is upon this hill, alongside a colony of oaks, where the where the refugees of the Great Flood chose to build their new homes. Cool. Well, let's go. See Mama. Millions? Can I just go in here? Oh, no. Interesting. But I will just talk to you. And here you are at last. Please, do come in. Thank you. Oh my.
Welcome home, my lady.
Like that at our wedding.
What? What are you gawping at?
I'm just gawping at the place here. How's level here in all its grandeur?
Oh, gods, please don't. It makes me feel like a spoiled princess.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. 'Tis clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
I do a lot.
Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
I would love to. I also really like this theme song.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
What are these bits?
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
Oh, here comes the sage.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. I am am told these devices are quite difficult to master. But someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
I like her. Goodbye. Okay, where do we go now? What's that? Only the gods knows when we'll be back again. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her. And I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice. As will these tokens of home that we will carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Also enjoy them. The annex. Here's probably still fine. Yep. Main hall entrance. Yep, seems so. Shouldn't there be a person here that can see me to the private room? Oh, there you are. Not that I need to, but cool. And here we are. Don't think for a moment that I'm jealous of Elfino's new weapons. They're far more suited to him than me. I left for Eorzea in matching outfits, but our styles, both fashion and fighting, have long since diverged. If anything, I'm proud of the differences between us. If I intend to master these sages' armaments, that will mean learning to imbue them with the same ether that I poured into moonstone and obsidian. It is difficult to grasp the essence of such an entity. For me, it will help to think of the Noliths as allies in battle, simply a new form of the energy which went into manifesting my carbon companions. I'll miss them, though. For us to feel responsible for the schism of House Lavalier would be pure hubris. After all, we are merely on the outskirts of what is, essentially, a family affair. Yet neither can we claim the indifference of strangers. To hear that Mother welcome them so warmly was a joy, and a relief. As curious as I am to learn the truth of this duty, I wonder what else the Forum is hiding. a calamitous secret whose origin lies in the ethereal sea. Duplicity aside, however, I do not believe Master Fortuno means us ill. Even the harsh words he had for his children stem not from anger, I think, but desperation. Maybe so. Enjoyed your time with the Lavaliers, I hope? I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the form strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Heidelin is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident once we've heard your report from Thavnir, we'll be well equipped to plot our next move. Well, do I have news for you? Carl glances at you with expectant eyes. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales? Let's do.
Your time in Thavnir has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the Ethereal Sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnir.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emulger. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses?
That stuff needs defending.
Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
Indeed. Hello.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise.
Tower of Zot happens soon.
The spire thus conjured must need
Just
be
done with Sharlayan.
maintained. And I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
Alize is still DPS, so are you sure Alphino is in the right group? Alphino is playing healer.
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armament to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
I do like your thingies, but I keep forgetting the name.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
Okay.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental etherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
No, I don't need it. Haha. No ethereal sickness for me. At least my game seems stable today. I've had 0 crashes so far. And everything's been good. Maybe Sharlayan is just a better place than Devnir with stuff. Oh, I can just... That's interesting. But I can also just... Let this be cheaper. Now I wonder... You know what? I want to find out. Ether sickness, here I come anyway. Do I talk to? Is it you, kid? Really? Ready for another round of etherite testing? Then please, by all means. Let's get you whisk away to Tavnir before you come to your senses. Yeah, sure. Let's go. It's free! Nice. Okay, let's go to this place, I assume, because yeah, I need to go there. This is closer than much. Is there an ether current nearby, by the way? 98 to the northeast. Let's go. That's fine. We can do that at some later point. Not going the correct way. Yeah, it's fine, I think. I'm sure I can reach it this way too. Just go this way now. These things ignore me. I know I'm much more tasty now. Lower level. This can get me to the beach as well. Excellent. We can go this way. Is it exactly on the beach where I need to go? Maybe not exactly on the beach. So let's just follow this path, I think. Seems good. Maybe now I'm too high again. I can go down here again. Nice. Good stuff. And we're at the hatchery. Hello, Nabdeen. Ah, a friend of yours here. We've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, right? I'm told. The warding skills will be delivered soon. Until then, please stand at the boat we have readied. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. pray for your safety and success. Cool. Thank you. So, I have been advised several times to certainly do the Tower of Sword with actual players, instead of doing it by the, well, with NPCs. So I'm just going to do so. I'm going to quickly ask people if they want to join me, and otherwise if people don't want to join me, I will just join a duty finder and hope that it pops reasonably quickly. I'll probably switch to Sage, if that's the case. Even though I'm not the best Sage. This is the future of Aetheryte travel. I think I'll stick to boats. Aye, no warning. However emphatic could have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit mostly. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be... we should still call you Varshan, I suppose? Indeed, it would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. Washing machine is done. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Oh, thanks. With these, we can go anywhere. Those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come. You can finally break up your monopoly of primals. But I have been waiting for this day that you could join me in jolly cooperation. So have we, my friend. So have we. If everyone is amenable to it, let's review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into two groups. Sharlayan and her band will break through the tower's defenses and locate this core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of Tavnerian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. Sure thing. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Tavnir, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. Yes. The Tower of Salt is now accessible. Okay, I'm going to ask if people want to join me. And after I have asked this, I'm going to do a quick trip to the bathroom. I really need to pee. Okay, so I will be right back, and I will mute. And I'm back. Let's see. Who else wanted to? Ray wants to. Ray really wants to. Oh, Seka wants to. Oh, okay. And Asta, do you want? Okay, you're going to all see my friends list real quick. Still need one more person. Oh, here we go. I have no idea what this dungeon is going to be. is a great ether, surge of ether, as if a summoning hath begun. Look, the beastly mask! Minutia, come to life! Oh dear. You'll focus on sustaining Akusadara. I am so slow apparently. I can totally not be. Come on, me. I'm a dancer. Okay. Do I? Oh. I'm sure he does. And it's okay. I would have waited, but Ray was very eager to go. Getting rid of this thing. Oh. Treasure. Yeah, sure. Why not? I'm not sure I'll use any of these things, but I'll take them. Take all this stuff. The home looks kind of cool, actually. But I probably anyway. Hello. Very flashy. Am I not using it now? Use that. hate me so? Okay. Bye. Nope, certainly not. Going to be right back. Definitely already here. Oops. Thank you. Use that rod, but whatever. Okay. Don't see what the issue is. I say, full of hubris. Probably be much more of an issue with NPCs. Persisting your desecration? Well. Okay, that's the thing that just happened. God. No. I see your point now. This is very stressful. I'm out. I'm out. What's hitting me? Can't do it. Wait a second. It looks like you win. Ow, okay. Whew. Nice. I died like once. Good work, me. I consider that a complete victory. GG then. Suppose I got all the treasure then? What did I get? Yeah. Oh my god. Nice. I guess this is well. Oh, dancer weapon! Nice. Split them what I have. Yeah, I got a 530 weapon. Oh, that's unfortunate. Please look. These are quite nice. Very nice. Is there any purple on them? They're drawn. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. With players, probably. I do see how it would have been probably terrible with NPCs.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
Quagmire? Is that how you say that?
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Ishtola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core.
Yeah. What's going on?
A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
And that should be the end of it.
Or not.
What now?
Go, she just stumbled.
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
Oh, what there's the Rakosadra. Rakosadara? Did you supposed to say it? Wow.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
Oh, no, that's not where I wanted to click.
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood, but 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
How indeed. Graha. What did you do?
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment.
Oh,
Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
And everyone is a lot of people.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
I like the smallest little tailors. That's cute. Is it Nidana? Yeah, it has to be. She's the only one with different clothes. Ugh, getting all this Matanga may have been the truest trouble. We didn't even have to do anything inside the tower because we did it with players. So, yeah. The liberal prisoners are being transported to Ratzat Han for treatment. Alize and Y'shtola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment, with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. Suddenly decided level 82 now. Yeah. Fae'ret is rested and ready to set out. Okay, maybe I'll change back to the Ragu. Next quest. Had enough rest, have you? You never were one for being idle. Right. Arshan bade us come to the Magaduta at your earliest convenience. The others will join us once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Ah, wait. On second thought, you and Estinian should go on ahead, and to make a quick detour by the great work. We'll have Graha and the alchemist care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Just you and me then. The guardsmen at the gate should wave us through. Righto. Get there. Get a noisy. Oh, still no new feature quests here, so that's good. Let's hop on a chocobo and go. There wasn't any ether going here, right? Nope. 620 on to the east, and I think that's one of these ones over here. So that's okay. wait with leveling Dragoon to 90 until it's absolutely necessary. Until other things would become 90 otherwise. You know, I've been preventing myself from losing my spout for so long. Maybe the next thing I prevent is becoming 90 for so long. That sounds good. Unfortunately, I have only 3 classes to prevent that with. You know, there's only 3 classes that are higher than 80 right now. Could get Samurai and Reaper to be high enough level if I really want to. Although they are both level 70 right now. Is there another class I could use? I don't think so. Nope, Samurai, Reaper, and the rest is even lower than that. Gunbreaker could happen at some point, maybe. Yeah, Gunbreaker, that's also pretty much it. Then, no, not Blue Mage. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Anything else is just about level 50 then. At the highest. Oh, that's only Red Mage as well. So then everything is tanks. Level 45. So yeah, it's Dancer, Dragoon, Sage. And then very maybe Samurai and Reaper. But probably not. With the tower gone, I expect that the state of alert will be lifted. Wouldn't that be nice? Ah, honored science. You're free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions in the city, sentry stationed at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. That would be nice. Back to Razat Han. Though I have been to Razat Han before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from a sentry at the fountain. Lead the way, and don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. That's okay, and he's accompanying me and stuff. Cool. Come on. Where's this fountain? Up here, apparently. You'll get this Ethernet shard first. Nice variation of this theme song. Ah, Mistress Lorelei, I presume. I understand you are here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Magaduta, I should be glad to provide them. The satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest pass of Razat Han. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and Aetheryte disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to this fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Paxa's path. Proceed through the large door to the right, and you will arrive at Reveda Fibers. Within you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. So, I guess we can't go to the actual Aetheryte? Well, it looks just fine. Ah. Fine. It's lucky you know what. Well, let's go to this point of interest then. These stairs, I assume. Oh no, this point of interest was down there. Fine, I'll go down again. And then go up again, I guess. Ah yes, I know about this portal. It leads to a nearby isle. The treasure vault of one of Radzad Khan's wealthiest families. They took the god of luck for their guardian, on account of which they occasionally open up a section of their vaults for aspiring treasure hunters to try their own luck, or so they say. There are also coffers hidden across the land that act as portals. Find one and you gain access to the vault. Something to bear in mind in case you exhaust your funds while on the road. It is a troublesome experience, as I can personally attest. Yeah, treasure map things. So cool. Anyway, back up the thing we go. Yep. Through here. And it's another watchful radiant. Hello there. Heading to the Mekaduta, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right, your right, and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance of an airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Veda Fivers, where you're free to observe the artisans. Take care not to lose your way. Well, apparently I can learn something here. Kamala. Aha, Thavnarian weave. Hard to imagine more vibrant stuff. I dare say Emmerich will be partial to the gold thread. And the blue, of course. He loves his blue. I've never put much thought into what I wear. A spare sort of clothing is usually all I carry. And if that isn't enough, I can always obtain something locally. Well, at least we're not wearing the same thing anymore, which is nice. Okay, before I talk to you then. Internet shard here. Where can I tune to? Be nice. Cool. Now Vigilant Radiant. If you are here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business in Mekaduta. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here it's quite simple. Ascend these steps and then continue straight ahead and across the bridge. You cannot miss it. Oh, that's nice. Thank you. Catch this internet shot, I guess. That's the thing. Oh, there it is. Discuss Dharma. Ah, I remember passing here with Farshan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to Hamsa myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. What? I suppose I also would not like being called flavorful and tender. Well, tender maybe, but in a different context, I guess. Occasionally I remember I can do Peloton. Greetings and welcome to Magaduta. Might I inquire after your business? We are members of the Signs of the Seventh Dawn, come at an invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course. We have been expecting you. I will show you the audience chamber. If you would please follow me.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence.
You sure did.
No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales.
Is his voice actor Kosetsu?
Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat Han will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Oh, wow. Damn, son.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Maybe not quite. Does sound similar, though.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
After this stream, I'm going to have to look up the voice actor of both Vritra and Basetsu.
'Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind.
It is. It's both magical bats. I was right.
And portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Interesting.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
Indeed.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment.
Sure.
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor. 'Tis thee.
'Tis I. I only wish he could be here with us now.
I know of his clash with Omega, and the long slumber which was his price. Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust, but alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe.
Yeah, kind of. I feel that way too sometimes. That a lot is riding on me.
Amidst this tangled knot, thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease.
I have been told that I do rest very little.
More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
I guess. That's... I mean...
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
I do love those glasses. I do like wearing glasses. Okay. And that's the end of this quest. Oh, apologies again. I hope we didn't force you to complete your conversation prematurely. It was kind of concluding anyway. So, what were you and Wurtraf talking about? I cannot say. Nothing. Well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. The last quest we are going to do today. It is late enough. Alpha now has a mind to join the others at the High Crucible. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to the mulberry orchard. Why does it seem to indicate you're nearby? Just because you're online. That's what she said. Should probably leave the party by now. I understand the mulberries are for the silkworms. Going a stone's throw away from the satrap's residence gives it the quintessential Tavnerian flair, don't you think? Oh, hello. Almost missed you. Megaduta, Palace of the Satrap, serves not only as residence, but also as the center of Ratzat Han government, meaning cloud messengers in the old Akusadar tongue. Megaduta was built at the summit of a rocky megalith, its great doors admitting an endless stream of servants, petitioners, and official visitors. Neat. From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. I assume these are mulberries. The word Yurj appears to mean bind in the local tongue. This district is so named because it connects all others in the city. If you manage to come this far, you shouldn't have trouble finding the High Crucible. So I was told. Where the street turns, enter the door straight ahead, then descend the steps. I thought the Castellium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Ratzat Han. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. This door takes us. Down the steps. And I know something. This place is kind of confusing. Hey, it's this place. I assume the Eaterite is still out. It seems we're on the right track. And here's the Eaterite Plaza. So far so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here, we just need to cross to the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger two doorways. High Crucible lies beyond. Cross to the other side of the hall, pass through the hall, larger of two doorways. Okay. I suspect the others have already collected the warding skills. Come, let us join them. I assume it's still locked. Place. Quite well now, I assure you. As they say, the stronger the taste and stranger the color, the more effective the remedy. My body trying to replenish the ether I spent, however, feeling rather famished. I think a sampling of the local delicacies is in order. Hamster cuisine would be a good place to start, perhaps? As I heard it, after you defeated Nidhogg, the skills found their ways into the hands of the firmament's artisans. Steeped in powers as they are, it is no surprise that they are coveted. Still, it is a strange legacy for the vengeful brother. Yeah, kinda. The students have previously turned to Ratzat Han, his alchemist, for help with the analysis of various artifacts. That is how I became acquainted with Dana. I'm glad we could rescue her, and pray she makes a full recovery. I hope so too. Excellent. You're in time to hear the latest good news. That's lovely. What an immense laboratory. Laboratory. How many such places were enlisted to help forge the warding scales, I wonder. Well, Lost, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for.
Wow.
Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Sounds good.
Please, I must speak with you.
Oh, Nidana. Hey.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption.
That would be Alize.
It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
Good for you.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Havnir from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true? Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it. Look at that. Its color is completely changed.
Into something bright.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha. I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Shall we depart for Sharlayan then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
You don't say. The last thing I remember before being absorbed into the tower was you rushing towards me. Okay, that was weird. I can only imagine the hardships you and yours must have had to overcome to rescue us. No amounts of words will suffice to express my gratitude, but I hope the flower's radiant glow says everything I cannot. It does, and it's lovely. Where do I go? Oh, Affable Dacian Annex, okay. Fair enough. So expensive. Oh no, what's happening? Come on. Don't crash now, please. I've been doing so well. We're almost at the end of this stream. Which has, again, taken much longer than I expected it to. I was kind of looking to end it at like 7 or 8. I mean, no, 8 or 9 server time. But it's already almost 10 server time, so, you know, oh, I look at point. Can I just make it up here? Jumps? Come on. Oh, I can. Haha. The Rostra is building houses the Assembly Hall, where the Forum debates Sharlayan national policy. Once a simple outdoor plaza, Ostra would ring with heated discussion through rain, wind, and burst. Following a death by lightning strike, however, plans were drawn up for the imposing stone structure which now crowns Archon's design. Cool. It is a very impressive building. Good to be back, and with the fruit of our labor safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Tancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Will do. Welcome back, Lorelei. Kyle has apprised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with rest. Well, it isn't much. I've changed your sheets and plumped your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone. Be it penning a thesis or defeating deiform entities. So would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Sure. It's going to disturb my rest now. Is it Heidelberg? It's grey again.
Interesting. Take heart and protect them well.
Where is it? Oh, hi.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Oh, the cookies look good.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Sharlayan cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Sharlayan feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Supposed to say something? No, apparently not.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Kryl, I hear you've recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Hydaelyn instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh. One of the tallest people in this room. Pushing on until dawn, because I very much would like that.
I'm not that ambitious, but 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Yeah, I agree. A day well spent. Oh. I wonder what that color means. I ain't seen it. That is the moon.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame.
No, I'm pretty hot.
I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn, burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken.
Was his voice
For I
always
do
this?
find this part somewhat enjoyable.
Thought it was different.
You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth, much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Still don't like these two. Oh well. No, I think that was all the level 81 quests. Yeah, the Call of Joy. Next is the start of the level 82 quests. So I think I will stop this stream here. No feature quests to do as far as I can see. I wouldn't do them anyway. Kind of done. So yeah, that's it for today. Might stream again tomorrow even. I started to be invested again and kind of also want to do this somewhat reasonably in a decent time frame. So whenever I have time to stream, then I can stream. Anyway, I hope you didn't mind us barging into your room for a late night feast. For what it's worth, it did me a world of good to put our troubles to one side, if only for a moment. It was lovely. Anyway, before I accept this new quest, I'm going to end the stream and not accept the quest until the next stream. So, yes. I've been Fae'ret, this has been Lorelei Dracht, and I will see you next time. Whenever that may be, maybe tomorrow, we'll see. Good night, everyone.